That's a camera? What, this? Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome here to the fall edition of the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic. Today is our prospect show, and again, we're very honored to have serving as our official judge here today is Miles Tenyus. Miles is coming to you from Old Ripley, Illinois. Also very honored to have helping around ringside several members of the Classic crew. Kinsey Freeman wears a couple hats. She volunteers for us, as well as a sponsor with Aurora Cooperative. Alicia Detlefs-Musch, which she's a consigner at the Classic, a part of the Classic team. Rudy Pooch with the Nebraska Hereford Association. Rudy Polk with the Nebraska Hereford Association. Actually, very honored to have Live Auctions Mariah Miller here today, helping stream all of our shows throughout the day. Again, we're very honored to have everyone here and look forward to having a wonderful day. And with that, we're going to get our show underway. First class, I believe we're ready to start with our feeder heifers. First class. Also want to introduce and recognize our official showmanship judge here today is Sheila Jensen. Sheila's coming to you from Cortland, Kansas. Her and her husband have a Hereford operation there. Extremely passionate about the next generation, as Miles is too. How showmanship works is you will get a card in your class, and we will have showmanship at the end of the day. So you will be selected out of your class for showmanship, and showmanship will be at the end of the day. Our official photographer here at the Classic Fall Edition is Legacy Livestock Images. Charles and his crew is here, and make sure and look online for all of their images following the show.
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be back here, and certainly a pleasure to be involved with another good show day. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful outside. I was just telling them, just like I did yesterday, you could almost have the show outside. It's so nice. And so we got obviously a great facility, though, to host a good show, and we start off really good with a great class of these feeder heifers. And to me, just kind of boils down to just simple quality of build and presence out here. I thought the black heifer that the young man's got there won pretty handily. Just a stout-made, long neck, big-boned heifer. Everything's put together right. They got her fit up and dressed nice here. And I think just everything kind of fits together. She's maybe just a shade round there in her hip if you're going to get just kind of nitpicky on her. But again, I don't think that it does anything to her in terms of her structure. I got to really appreciate her here from the side. The white one that ends up in second, I'll be the first one to admit to you, she's probably not as stout as what these other 2 or 3 cattle are right behind her. But I prefer her skeletal quality for the long haul. I absolutely love her build. I think both ends of her framework works really good. Beautiful neck. I love her head. It sets way up on her shoulder. And honestly, for a pretty one, she's still pretty punchy. You get right in the center of her hip, and she's got some shape to it. I like her base width as she goes down in there to the surface. And then again, just feet and legs will go ahead and keep that heifer in the top pair. To me, she's green. I mean, she's raw and skinny yet. Got a big future ahead of her, though. I like some things about that one. Not as stout as these other couple cattle, but simply just thought she was a little better built. These 2 cattle right here could be switched. We've got this one stretched way, way hard right now. She maybe looks just a tick straight there off of her hock, but once you get her to pull up and then kind of get her legs to set right, all of a sudden, a heifer that's going to bring together some quality of presence. I love her bone, her foot size, and honestly, she, like I said, looks maybe a tick straight standing there. We got to kind of work on pulling her forward and just kind of getting her legs to set a little bit more appropriately behind. But that heifer darn sure is good just in terms of her quality. I thought, to me, general frame size maybe read a little bigger as we continued to pattern her on and keep her going and feeding on her. The black and white heifer, arguably one of the widest, arguably one of the stoutest ones in here, and I certainly appreciate that about her. She's a little more conventional in terms of her size for me personally, a little rounder in terms of her build right now. I'm not saying that she's off quality. I just think, she's probably got a little growing to do for me personally to kind of be up there in the upper end. I do like this black heifer, young lady. I'd never give up on one built like that. In fact, I'd say if she ever kind of bodies down and gets a little fatter, maybe kind of wants to act like a show heifer, her bone, her feet, her length of body, and neck set, and just her pattern out here in structure will kind of keep that heifer heading in the right direction. That's quality heifer right there to go ahead and kind of keep feeding on through the summer. She'll move up in a hurry, I'd say, once she kind of gets that belly and just fluffs up a little bit. But good class of them to start. Congratulations to those kids.
In our first class of our feeder heifer show, first place went to Connor Hogan, second place Sarah Allard, third place Morgan Clement, fourth place Sydney Allard, fifth place Josie Johnson. We're now ready for our second class of feeder heifers.
Well, three really exceptional females out here in our feeder heifer division. Three cattle that just all bring together quality, and so in these young classes or in these young cattle here, don't want to disappoint any of the kids or frustrate them. You got to remember, and I'll talk about it throughout the day. I mean, a lot of these cattle are going to feed so much different than even what they look like today, and they've got future ahead of them. Just because a judge placed some second or third today doesn't mean that's going to happen the rest of the year. Obviously, if you're knowledgeable about it, if you're knowledgeable about the project, you can kind of look in and say, well, that one's going to be pretty nice, as they continue to feed on her. And I think that's what you see probably in second and third. Now, I do think I do think it's an incredible quality, though, in the one that starts and just kind of put together right. I think for the extra muscle, the extra power that heifer's got, boy, she still works off of a good framework on both ends. Got a great look to her, proportionality, and everything just kind of fits together. And then you step in behind the cattle, and she's overwhelming in terms of just power there. And then, still uses her foot, uses her hock, and her front end real good. Obviously, first couple times here, first time in the show ring, they're going to be maybe a little hungry at times, but that is a very, very good one to go ahead and win this class. Now, to me, this is the decision between 2 and 3.
Your winners in Class 2. First place went to Adam Alfs. Second place, Tanner Anticio. Third place, Devin Benish. We're now ready for our third class of feeder heifers. Third class of feeder heifers. The Classic Fall Edition is the first show of the season, and so we're very excited to have all of the boys and girls here with their new projects, and a lot of them are freshly purchased, freshly in their hands, and definitely the first show out, and so we'll all have patience with everybody today and understanding of that situation. So again, welcome all the juniors with their prospects here to the Classic Fall Edition show.
Boy, real good class here. These top two are darn good, and kind of wish you could honestly just take both of them, put them together, and just make that one crazy outlier. But the smoke heifer that I start with, I prefer her the most in terms of just the way that she comes back right in behind her shoulder. To me, she's the one that just kind of strengthens up and opens up bigger in terms of her upper body. I like the strength of her top line as you get there, and as you get in behind them, again, just incredible power, incredible width. Still looks very feminine, still looks real good from the profile. Just a striking view for her. Real striking, good-looking heifer there for sure, and then still handles it real well. Just to me, a little better in terms of her jaw, a little stouter there, and I know don't talk a lot about it, but that's probably where I'd change the black heifer here. To me, maybe just not quite as attractive about her head and right there into her throat, right in behind her shoulder. You could just open her up just a shade, but boy, that thing is big-boned and big-bodied. Love her foot size. I think she's real comfortable out here, and so that makes that pair very, very close to me. That's two good cattle for sure. The one that ends up winning or ends up third in this particular class is one that you got to appreciate. Again, just in terms of her back, in terms of her spread, good looking, real good in terms of her feet and legs. Needs to be just a bit better in terms of her rib cage there. Black one's stout for sure, needs to be sounder. Orange one's real good, just needs to be wider and a little more collected in terms of her feet and legs. And then the black one that goes ahead and ends up there. Again, not one I'd give up on ever. I think she's powerful, moderate, stout. Just needs to be a little bit better in terms of the construction of her build on both ends. Good job.
In our final class of market heifers there, first place went to Vienna Sells, second place, Annalyn Beach, third place, Dax Beamer, fourth place, Tatum Schroeder, fifth place, Hope Kohler, and sixth place, Allison Wendell. We're now ready
As we get these three cattle back out here again, just a real good set of cattle all the way through. And, you know, obviously, first-time jitters or just a mean one there that the young man had, and a quality heifer for sure. But still, out here in the lineup, I don't know that she was going to beat the one I'm going to use. I think just awesome looking, awesome bodied, and still good structured. Maybe not as heavy boned as what was second to her in class, but still plenty enough. I thought very, very elite female for sure. This young lady's got your champion in the market heifer, the feeder heifers for sure. Real good one. Congratulations to her. Brings in the heifer that was second in that particular class, and I thought that pair of them, just for me, kind of fit together good. I think just bone and foot size is real good. I'd like to just go ahead and just level her top line down just every once in a while, and right there and behind her shoulder. I don't know that it just does her as much justice, but boy, once she stops and kind of gets parked and together, you can see why she needs to stay right there in the top pair. Very nice female as well, and three good cattle, and had the one that was a little ornery, good heifer too. I still think the structure and just the build of this one and the one that was champion there is simply just better than the rest of them out here, more just fitting for me. So again, great set of them. This is your reserve. Congratulations to her.
Your champion prospect feeder heifer goes to Vienna Sells and reserve Annalyn Beach. We'll now start our prospect steer show. We'll start with our Angus division.
Well, just one Angus steer here, and definitely a very, very high quality one. Real sharp looking and real good in terms of his feet and legs. You got to appreciate his skeleton. He's still got some muscle back there. Calf's still real green and raw yet. I'd say better days are still yet ahead of him once we kind of get him out here and get him figured out the way that we need to get him set up and stuff. But it's a nice calf in the Angus right there for him. Congratulations. Nice animal. That's your champion, I believe, as well. So let's give him a nice round of applause if you could.
Single entry in our first class of your Angus feeder steers was Oliver Aiden. We're now ready for our composite Charlet division. There will be one class of composite Charlet feeder steers.
one class of these? Just the single class here, so this is also going to be your Grand and Reserve that are first and second, and I think a really nice class, man. This orange and white one up here up front, no doubt, just an easy kind of an outlier in this class. You got to appreciate him at the ground the most in terms of just his foot size and how stout that he is there in terms of his foot and his bone, his ankle, and everything works really, really good. That's a very, very sound structured calf, and so again, still great bodied, great looking here. Not a big hole in him. I don't know a big wow factor about him, but boy, he's just nice in lots of areas. It's good cattle to go ahead and win this class. The white one that ends up in second, he's maybe not just as stout as what is the cattle right there in 3 and 4, and obviously not just quite as far along. He's a small one in here, and I'd go ahead and stouten him up there in his bone, maybe lay his shoulder back, but once you get on top of the cattle and you get in behind him, he's the second most genuine one in terms of just his top line, his width of hip, and his squareness as he goes down to the ground. I thought his length of hip and the shape of it just a shade better than what is the two cattle that end up here in 3 and 4. I want to loosen his ankles up and just give him a shot more bone there to go ahead and go with all of his muscle up high. Orange steer is going to park nice, kind of drop his back down, give you a pretty good look here from the side. Once he goes, his top line comes up just like the smoke steers, and then he kind of ducks in his pins. Doesn't just have as much real muscle mass in his hip as you get right there and behind him. But big bone, big footed, going to be a nice feeding calf there. Looks like he's ate and drank well at the show for sure. He's pretty full, but a calf that has lots of quality. Same thing with the smoke steer, big footed calf, and he's got muscle whenever you step right in behind him. I just want to elevate him there in terms of his front end. I want to take his top line and just wedge it down in him. He just a shade rounder out of his hip. It just can't quite get him to profile as comfortable as those other 3 cattle as he sets out in motion. Just kind of pulls up in his top line too much, but still a nice calf as well. Going to be a good feed and fat steer, I'd say. A good class in the Charolais Composites. Congratulations to each one of those kids.
In our Charolais Composite class, first place was Tyler Thompson. Second place, Lauren Johnson. Third place, Zalania Fisher. And fourth place, Tanner Hansen. We now have our class of Kiania Prospect Steers. There's one class of Kiania Prospect Steers.
I think depending on the views you get of these two cattle, you could switch them just depending on the view that probably suits you the most. I'll be honest with you, the steer that strikes me the hardest from the side is the young ladies that ends up in second. But once you get up to them, the wide flank calf here, he just got so much more internal dimension. It just looks like he's a wider, softer bodied calf. Looks like a good feed and fat steer. He's big hipped. He's wider base than the steer is in terms of just his chest, in terms of his base width. As you get right there and behind him relative to the steer that ends up in second, I don't think he's as attractive about where his head, neck, and kind of shoulder tie together relative to the steer that is in two. But he is a little stronger in his top line. He's fuller. He's softer in terms of his body right now, and I just read him like a good feeding calf. Again, maybe not as striking as what is the steer that's in two. And so if you get to the profile and you say you like this one better because he's longer necked and fit real good, I wouldn't disagree with you. And I think that pair could be switched right there once you get up next to him. And I do think that, to me, as you step off to the profile as well, you can see that he's a little tighter in his body. And they don't have to be belly dragging right now for sure, but he's a little flatter in his rib, maybe just a little drier, maybe has an 8 and drank and just kind of filled up. And then as you get right in behind him, just want to make him a little wider base as he goes to the ground and just let him loosen up in his heel a shade. But those are two high-quality cattle. I do think, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other. You could split them if you needed to, but two good cattle. My compliments to both of those young people on a nice class.
Your first place Kiania steer went to Lane Stoughton. Second place, Aubrey High. We're now ready for our balancer steer class, a single entry in our balancer division.
Just one balancer steer, but I would have to think, again, within his respected breed, I mean, you take him to where he can always show in his breed at some of these jackpots or even a junior national, he kind of gets bigger and we get some cover on him. It's a pretty good calf. I mean, he's good necked, he's good looking, he's sound. We've seen him probably a little more rugged, but I'd have to think within his respected division, that steer could always kind of handle him pretty good. So obviously a good young showman there too. Let's give her a nice round of applause. That's your champion as well in this division. Congratulations to her.
We now have our Hereford division in our Prospect Steer Show. One class of Prospect Hereford steers.
I'll be honest with you. Not the easiest decision ever. These are four really, really high quality Hereford steers, and these kids ought to be proud of what they're dragging. I'd say, different judge, different time, and probably a couple of these calves a little more relaxed. It could be a different story. I'm leaving a little bit of muscle maybe here in 2 and 3. Use the greenest one in here, and I realize that, and I want to be upfront about that. That I realize that he's not maybe just the most explosive in any one area, but I absolutely love his build. I love his kind. I love the feeding quality that it looks like he's got. His body shape is right. His muscle lays on him good. He's a long hip, square hip calf. Is he the widest? Is he the stoutest one in here? No, but that calf is as sound as any of them. He's as good bodied as any of them. His chest floor, his forerib, and the lower part of it into his heart and into his body, just everything fits together. And like I said, he is the greenest one. I mean, whenever you're standing out here with him, you have to make the call. I mean, is he too green comparatively to a few of them? I'm thinking prospects. I'm thinking feeding and long-term things as well. I like that calf a good deal to start this class. I don't know that he's a freak anywhere. I just think that's a really, really good Hereford steer to go ahead and win. Now from there it gets a little challenging, kind of the louder mark steer here. I love his muscle shape. Boy, you get in behind these two cattle in 2 and 3, and they're the ones that probably a little shorter back than the steer is that ends up in 4th, and it just allows them to power up and open up bigger. I thought this guy handled his pasterns, his ankles just a shade better than the steer did right behind him, and I thought he came out of the back of his shoulder just a tick stronger. He's got just a bit of chest there. I don't know that he's the heaviest bone calf ever, but it matches him still today. It's just one of those as you grow him. But I do love his color out here. I mean, on his neck, and boy, he kind of gets his head up and sets his neck up there on his shoulder. He's a good hip steer. Like I said, I just want to go ahead and maybe just give him a shot of bone. Didn't think that he was just as good right there in his chest and the forward part of it relative to the steer that wins. So that's getting critical. That's a good calf. You got to get critical on him in a good class. This is the steer, honestly, whenever they're standing there and you get right behind him, is going to hit you the hardest. He's the thickest ended. He's the biggest ribbed. He's the widest ribbed calf in this particular lineup. I just couldn't ever get him to get comfortable on his front end. You're going to watch him kind of toe out there up front and come just a bit forward in his shoulder. Then as a result, whenever his shoulder moves away from his forerib, then that calf comes apart in behind his blade. I just can't get him to relax on those heels and his pastern whenever he goes. If he ever maybe just breaks to the halter and he gets comfortable, I'd say then his angles look pretty good behind. If he'll settle down on his pastern, pretty good calf right there. The one that ends up in 4th, I just think he's maybe a little awkward right now. He's kind of in that stage where he probably just needs to put some fat and muscle on, but boy, he's one of those really sharp outlined, awesome built ones out here. You got to make the call stepping in behind him of the biggest one in class. Does he have enough to him? If he does for you, then he can move up really in a hurry. The calf for me gets plenty flat in his rib, plenty flat in terms of his stifle as you get in behind him, but a good calf from the profile that he gets shown real well. Congrats to those kids. That's a great set of Herefords. Congratulations to each one of them.
Your first place in the Hereford division went to Wyatt Stemick. Second place, Weston Stemick. Third place, Wyatt Stemick. And fourth place, Baker Beamer. We are now on the Main Anjou Prospect Steer class.
Just going to leave them stand right here. The black and white steer is going to be my class winner. Big bone, kind of a burly built calf. He maybe comes with just a shade of shoulder, and then right there and behind it, you could strengthen him. But nice looking calf, big bone, real big hipped as you get right there behind him. Just kind of puts together a little softer rib cage, probably just a little bigger pin set as you step in behind. The black steer here, big footed, big boned, obviously a little goofy yet out here in the show ring, but I'd say that's a pretty good calf to feed on as you continue on with him. Good necked and got a nice kind of a look to him there. Just kind of needs to soften up in his top line and soften up in his rib, but nice steer there. Good pair of them. Black and white's your class winner, and I believe your champion main, and then second in reserve. Congratulations to both of them. Give them a nice little round of applause there if you could.
First place in our main Anjou class. First place in our main Anjou class went to Reese Locke. Second place, Clara Johnson. Now entering the ring is our first class and only class of maintainer prospect steers.
It's five nice cattle right there. You know, honestly, as we get down to it, and you even look at this final steer right here, boy, that thing just real green yet, but good high quality calf, and we'll talk about him just there in a minute. I did think a pretty easy place to start in the calf that I go ahead and lead off with in the young man's here. Good neck, good bone. The calf that gets out here, he reaches the best. He's the most comfortable there at the surface in terms of his feet and his ankles and the way that he utilizes them. Calf that's got a little exercise to him in terms of his frame, but I don't mind it if they come with muscle. And I mean, you step right there and behind him, good square back at him, love his upper hip, like his base width. That's just a good calf. You know, obviously the obvious thing here is as you get off to the profile of him relative to the floor of his chest, you'd probably like to just pull that thing's mid-rib down and maybe pull his flank down, rear part of his body if you're going to nitpick on him. But I think a good big feeding calf, he probably looks the best at upper weights, I'd say. You know, he's a good prospecting calf. You get that calf fat and you get him big, I'd say rolling into those early 1400s and maybe pulling back on him for a big state show. That's a pretty good calf right there for sure. The steer that ends up in second, different destination endpoint, I'd say, as you look at him. I mean, that calf's probably one you could obviously get to a later state show. You could get to a state fair and probably even work him on there a little further as you go into the fall or even further into the winter. It's a good calf, man. He's big backed, he's big hip. He's the one that probably is a rib shorter. He probably is just a little bolder in terms of his heart and his forerib than what is that calf that even wins this class. I just want to loosen him up just a shade there on his feet whenever he's going. Maybe rock his blade back on him, but that's a real nice steer. This young lady does a great job of getting him stuck right here. Got a good black and white calf, arguably from the top of his spine all the way down to his sheath. He's the best rib calf within this particular class. As I step in behind him, he's big top. I want to open his pin set up just a bit. I think that calf takes his neck and tucks it a little low in his shoulder out here. Just want to lengthen and level his hip there as you get right to the profile of him. But that is a good steer in terms of the way that he's made. Love his feet, like the rib cage in that calf. Again, probably a good feed and fat steer as well. Just don't think that maybe his piece is set together just as smooth as that top pair today. Got a big burly black one that maybe comes a little open in his shoulder, right in behind his shoulder. He's just a tick green yet. Want to soften him up there in his spine and soften his step up. But boy, that's a hairy, burly looking thing that just needs some time on feed. Young ladies that close the class, boy, that is a good looking one there. Long necked and yet still very comfortable from the profile. I'd feed on one that looks like that any day. You know, I don't know that maybe he's the best jackpotting one, but once you get there into some upper weights, his skeletal quality, his build, going to take him a long way. He maybe rolls to the outside of his right rear foot just a shade as you get in behind him, but that's a good calf. Congratulations to him. Awesome class.
First place went to Jackson Wright. Second place, Lawton Anna. Third place, Vienna Sells. Fourth place, Tayton Schroeder. Fifth place, Annalyn Beach. We now have a single entry in our Red Angus composite.
A Red Angus composite steer is pretty good. Big bodied, big hipped calf. Got a pretty nice look to him there. You know, just trying to maybe get him to get broke, I'd say, and kind of get him out to this first show and get him to relax. But boy, once he does, I mean, that calf give you a pretty good look there from the side. Be a nice feed and fat one as well. My compliments to him on bringing a nice calf there within that division. Well, nice pair of purebred shorthorns that have got a real good one there to go ahead and win. I'd say a calf that'll always handle them right there in that division within his respected breed division. This is a pretty good shorthorn steer, man. He's good looking. He's real big topped. He's real big hip. His body matches him well. His bones match him well. You know, he's still pretty sound. I mean, everything moves, it looks like, in the right direction there. It's a good calf. Honestly, I think good feeding calf for him, and one that always, like I said, within his division, take a pretty good one to beat him. I mean, that's a nice steer for him for sure. The one that ends up in second, he's a bigger, long-bodied steer, and I don't mind them being maybe a little bigger, a little longer. Just he needs to come with body. You know, it's really taken away from his that center body, his flank, and just his with the skeleton. But a steer there that you got to appreciate, you know, just in terms of his length and his pattern. Pretty nice calf there. Maybe doesn't look like he's maybe feeling the best. His ears kind of hang in, and he just doesn't maybe have that softness of rib and flank. But nice steer. Good job to him.
First place in our Shorthorn division went to Baron Strope. Second place, McKenna Renner. We're now ready for our Shorthorn Plus division. One class of Shorthorn Plus steers.
Well, three real nice Shorthorn Plus steers here, and you know, just a pretty obvious one to go ahead and win out front for the young lady in the red and white calf. That's a big rib, real burly built one there. He's good on his wheels whenever you ask him to get out and move. And for a steer that's maybe a little more compact like that, still real a good neck shape, and it sets up top on his shoulder real high. A calf that just brings a tremendous amount of quality here to this particular lineup, and one of those real good ones there that you got to appreciate just in terms of his his rib and the way that you can appreciate the long-term feeding value in that calf. Pretty nice one right there to go ahead and win, and I think kind of stacks up right there with what we've had so far, just relative to quality. These two steers, again, for me personally, the roan calf is just one that probably going to set down a little more comfortable off of his rear feet. He's just a little cleaner in his right rear hock, and he's just got more to him today. He's just a bit further along in his body. He's really got a nice neck on him there. Once we get into stop and park, I think it's pretty obvious that the calf comes behind his shoulder and just strengthens up bigger. He's got more to him in terms of muscle and just sheer power right now as a prospect. Now this steer here, but I never give up on a calf like this. I think he's good necked, he's long bodied, long hipped, and he gives you a great profile there. I want to just maybe push his blade back on him, set his shoulder back at him. He's a little forward there, and in his right rear hock maybe clean up just a shade. But again, that's a calf right there that has got a beautiful profile to him. I think he's going to have just a nice coat of hair and a good rib cage and muscle. That neck and profile will always get that calf noticed for sure. So I do think a good feeding calf. He's just a little green out here right now, but be a good one there for him as he continues to put cover on him and just feed him harder. Congrats to him.
In your Shorthorn Plus division, first place went to Annalyn Beach. Second place, Luke Johnson. Third place, Tanner Anticio. We now have a single foundation Simmental class.
As we work here into our foundation semis, our Simmental steers, this calf, pretty nice steer around here. Good bodied, good footed calf, real sound in terms of his feet and legs, and those two are just kind of starting to work together. I would say, young lady, you've got a very nice calf to go ahead and keep feeding on this summer, and I bet he's not as ornery the next time you bring him to a show. You're kind of getting him broke here for the first time. There's many times you're going to bring steers like that to the first show, or heifers, whatever it may be, and they're always going to act just a little bit like that, and you got to know it, but they will get better. So don't get aggravated with him. He is maybe a little goofy once in a while, but you got a really, really nice calf there. Give her a good round of applause if you could with her champion there in this division.
Your first place in our Foundation Simmental class went to Kinley Stoughton. We're now ready to begin our crossbred division in our Prospect Steer Show.
Well, good way to start off the crosses. I think this is a really, really nice steer right here for this young man to go ahead and start with. It's the way that I like him built. Big bone, big footed, nice neck calf. He's a short-bodied steer, but looks like he's still got grow in him. You got to appreciate his top, his spread. As you get right in behind him, I don't know, what destination endpoint is for that calf right there, but sure a pretty darn nice one. And, very green yet, but should be in this particular class. That's a good calf right there for him to continue to feed on. The one that ends up in second just looks the most like him. He's a little further along in terms of his body, comes back behind his shoulder stronger than what does the steer that ends up there in third. Steer that's going to have to just relax on his rear feet for me whenever he gets out here and moves. He kind of knuckles up there on those rear feet. Probably just not broke yet, obviously, so he's going to be just a bit tenser, but that's where I'd change him, just kind of level him in his top line. The steer that ends up in third, long neck, long-bodied calf, just really raw and green yet, just needs some time on feed to kind of maximize his potential, but really a nice calf. And then the one that ends up in fourth, just the same way. He's a good balanced steer. Everything kind of fits together right. Maybe a little higher in his tail head, a little thicker right there at the top of his neck and through his throat, but a steer that brings some muscle. He's a big back, thick-ended steer there. Just needs to handle both ends of his body a little more correctly for me, but really a nice calf. Congratulations to each one of those kids.
Your first place in our crossbred Class 1 went to Baker Beamer. Second place, Bailey Stetlick. Third place, Reese Locke. Fourth place, Ella Sonnenberg. Second class of crossbred steers is now entering the ring.
I think first and second are pretty easy to just kind of point out here, and again, your first place steer is just kind of sticking out there like a sore thumb. This is a real good calf. It puts a lot of good things together that I like to talk about in terms of just being a really, really pretty calf. I mean, you step off to the profile of him, you couldn't paint a better picture of one, just in terms of the way that his line set in. But boy, you get in behind him, he's still punchy. Calf's green yet, he's raw, but boy, he's good, and so makes this class fun right here. From there, it kind of gets challenging. I guess it's just where you're going to set your priorities. I don't know that any of them are just perfect structured, so that's a wash, and I'll just kind of let maybe the bigger pieces fit in the two steers that end up in second and third. I thought this guy reached pretty good, and I thought he balanced pretty good there in terms of softness of rib and relative to his foot and bone, everything matching just a bit better. He runs downhill. I mean, where the point of his shoulder is relative to the top of his hip, calf maybe runs downhill just a shade and comes a little wider set in terms of his front end. Just like to maybe correct him there. Black and white steers long-necked and very, very heavy muscled. Comes a bit rounder in his hip. He's coarser in where his tail head's going to set. And structurally, I just want to fix that calf off of his front end. He gets real tilted forward, kind of toes out, but a good calf there in terms of just muscle and product. The smoke steer, I thought, for me, was just a bit better balance than these other two steers. A nice bodied calf. His rear wheels need to be better. Black steer is a nice calf. I mean, long-necked, real hairy, big-footed steer. He just needs time. Just needs feed, he needs time, and then if he gets that and he opens up big enough, that calf probably moves up into the top three. We got the smoke steer here that the young lady closes with, and arguably one of the biggest topped, one of the thickest ended cattle. He just comes a little wavy in his top line right now. Just want to kind of soften him up there in behind his blade and there at the top of his tail head, but that's a nice calf as you just begin to study him down low, and his base width is good. So I'd never give up feeding on one like that. Just kind of top line needs to blend together a little better. Want to probably just set him just a bit differently in his tail head. Good job.
First place goes to Adam Alf. Second place, Dylan Wendell. Third place, Jonah Chapman. Fourth place, Abby Wagner. Second place was Dylan Wendell. Third place was Raisin Bullock. Fourth place, Jonah Chapman. Fifth place, Abby Wagner. And sixth place, Raisin Bullock. Now in the ring is your final class in your crossbred market steer division. We will take a 15-minute break after we select our champion and reserve overall prospect market animal. Again, the youth are receiving their showmanship cards to come back for showmanship today. Showmanship will be at the conclusion of the show. We will break it out into age divisions: senior, intermediate, junior, and peewee.
Boy, real good class, and a class that kind of brings a little challenge. I mean, there's different kinds of cattle here within this particular class. I do, to me, just as I step back off of them here, the three that I have out in front are just probably a little more my speed in terms of their frame size, in terms of their body, and just in terms of their stoutness here. The calf that I start with, to me, he's the one that kind of balances the traits of these two cattle. Pretty good footed steer like the one that's in second, real big back burly calf like the one that's there in third, and just comes out of his shoulder real strong. Once she kind of gets him to set up and park, and just everything falls together real good on him. If I'm going to nitpick on him, maybe twist just a shade there on his front foot as you get in front of him, but I think that's probably getting pretty critical on a darn nice calf. Now this young man, boy, he'll get one pulled together, and this calf, once he gets him to pull together and bring his shoulder back in him and get his neck up out of his shoulder, you got to really appreciate just kind of the fat steer burly look that he's got there. I love his rib cage, his softness, his skeleton keeps him in the top pair, and he's pretty big in terms of his lower hip. I'd open him up in his pin set just a shade. I'd open that calf up as you get right in behind his shoulder, and he's just a tick thick right there at the crest of his neck and where it's going to tie into the top of his shoulder. But boy, that's a good-footed, good-bodied calf, real fresh in terms of his presence out here. The young man does a spectacular job of getting one stuck there for sure. The smoke steer, again, just relative to these other three cattle, he's probably just a little shorter backed. He's a little more moderate, and for me, it allows that calf to just open up bigger and softer and rounder in his rib. I saw him more opened up right at the top of his shoulder. I didn't just see him handling his ankles just quite as comfortable as those top two, but really a big hip power calf as you get in behind him. That's a good one as well. I do like this steer that's in fourth. I just don't think today's his day. He's a steer that just needs time, honestly, to kind of maximize his potential. He's bigger, he's longer, and I don't mind that because he still comes big boned, he still comes big footed, and boy, he's really a sharp neck calf. Once she gets him to stop and profile, give you a beautiful presence here to him. He's almost so tall right now. He's a little gangly in terms of his rib. He's a little flatter in his body. I just want to soften that guy up in his body. I just think he's just going to need some time, honestly. And the bigger, heavier weights, that's where that calf probably prevails. Right now, today, in a little prospect ring, he's just a little gangly looking, but darn sure a good calf as well. The red steer is one, again, that I appreciate as you step right in behind him. He's a big bone calf, real good in his rib. He unhinges the most in behind his shoulder. He's a little flat in his jaw. He's just a bit narrower in terms of his base width as you get right there in front of him, but a good calf in terms of his rib, and I like his stability as he goes behind. Black steer is going to close the class with quality, and this is going to tell you just how good the class was. It's a striking steer from the side that's just going to need more to him to be competitive with that upper end. Great class. Hopefully, probably not everybody's favorite placing, but hopefully described to you right. Great class to work on. Congratulations to him.
First place went to Aubrey High. Second place, Ben Spencer. Third place, Ella Sonnenberg. Fourth place, Anna Karnhop. Fifth place, Baron Strope. Sixth place, Nicholas Gretke. Again, now we are ready to pick our overall champion crossbred steer and reserve crossbred steer. We will be picking the top three in the crossbred division. Top three in the crossbred division.
Got to love a good prospect show sometimes. First time out of the gate, and maybe calves don't just always cooperate just the best, but darn sure we've got three good showmen out here and getting them together, and there's three good cattle. And we start in Class 1. Like I said, I don't know what the end point is on this guy. If we're going to continue to take him on, obviously to a state fair or even further. If he's for sale, find me after the show. Good calf right there in terms of his foot size, his bone work, and I love his spread. Big backed and a really nice necked steer. He doesn't have obviously as much to him as these other two steers, and I think that's blatantly obvious out here, but that's really, really a good calf, and he fits right in the mix there. And it's one that you could talk about, honestly. I mean, just the quality of him. Pretty good calf. The one that ends up winning the second class, he is the freak. He's the furthest out there in terms of his length and neck. Really a genuine base width calf in terms of muscle. You get down his top line and you get right there in behind him, and boy, that thing is big, big backed and big, big hip. Got some big legs to go along with it. He gets out here and maybe not the most comfortable one of these three, and at times maybe it looks like he's a tick straight. That calf right there, for me, once you set him in motion, he's plenty good enough in that regard. Just really appreciate this thing's profile, and then yet a pretty calf with muscle, and so you have to take that definitely into consideration. You got the big black steer here on the end. That obviously he's the furthest along. He's the best bodied. They got him kind of dialed in there in terms of just getting him clipped in and getting his legs looking real big. My thing about that particular steer is just genuine base width of him, as big as he is in his legs, as big as he is in his body, and as burly of a view as he gives you right here as you get to the side of him. He's got hip. I'm not saying that he's this lacking muscle, but relative to the black and white one, he's a little narrower base as you get down low on him, and so that makes that to me pretty challenging as we study them both. And so I'll get out, like I said, the black and white one, he's standing there, he looks a tick straight. The black one here probably looks just a little softer in his skeleton as you get to the side of him, and we've got a nice black one there that ends up winning the first class. It just needs a little more time, but I'll go out and select your champion. We'll get you a reserve and a third overall, but a good division at Crossbred Steers. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause to get you a champion, reserve, and third.
Your champion crossbred steer goes to Aubrey High. Reserve crossbred steer goes to Adam Alfs.
Brings in a pair of second place steers here, and like I said, like that top pair bunch, the black and white steer, it does probably hit me the hardest. I wish his front end would just kind of tilt back in him, and I'd say probably just a testament to a calf that just needs a little more time out there in getting broke. But those are two really high quality cattle, and so you're splitting hairs between them. My compliments to both those young people on a good pair of steers there. So your third overall, decision to me gets pretty close, but we had a really good class there in that final division. I told you, right in behind this guy's shoulder, probably right at the crest of his neck. He's not just the sharpest, but boy, bring that thing way up out of the top of his blade. Big-footed and very comfortable, and again, just hard to probably not keep him in the mix. This will be your third overall cross. Congratulations to him.
Third overall goes to Ben Spencer. We will now be ready to select our overall champion prospect market animal. We will be selecting the top 3 market prospect animals here at the first annual fall edition. Well, again, we want to welcome everyone here to the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic first annual fall edition event. Everyone knows the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic has its traditional event that is in February. We will celebrate our 31st anniversary this February. The Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic has ventured into now 3 events that are held on an annual basis. We have a pop-up show that's held in August, and look forward how we can enhance our fall edition that will continue in November of 2022. We can't stress enough the support from all of our sponsors here at the Classic. I know Kinsey Freeman from Aurora Cooperative is helping in the ring. Randy Lenz has been around Perina Mills' booth over there today. Perina's been a part of the Classic every year since the inception. Also want to recognize Platte Valley Auto, Pony Express. If you're ever looking for a vehicle, make sure you give those guys a call. Very excited to recognize Kevin Globius. He's working over at the Biozyme Sure Champ booth today. He is sponsoring lick tubs. So if you are the overall Supreme market animal and reserve market animal, go see him and pick up your lick tub today. Want to recognize our 2 officials today. Our official judge in our prospect market and breeding show today is Miles Tenyus. Miles is coming to you from Old Ripley, Illinois. He attended Lakeland Junior College and Western Illinois University. Him and his family currently have a cattle and hog operation. He sells a lot of cattle and pigs to 4-H and FFA youth all across the nation. He also works for Show-Right Feeds. Our official showmanship judge today is Sheila Jensen. Sheila comes to you from Cortland, Kansas. Her and her husband, Kevin, have a Hereford operation there. They travel all across the nation. They love working with youth, also showing whether it's at a national level, competing in judging contests. Sheila attended North Dakota, and I got this wrong yesterday, North Dakota State. She was on the livestock judging team there as well as the meats judging program. So again, let's put our hands together and thank these 2 for being here and working with your youth today.
A good set of prospect steers. Look forward to the prospect heifer division. Those of you that are leaving after the steers on the market heifers here, again, thank you so much for coming. And obviously, you got a beautiful facility to show in and a great representation of quality cattle here in Nebraska. And I think, again, I mean, it's a challenging decision. It's a decision that you know that you'll make. It'll be changed and flip-flopped, and maybe not all of them will ever, just win. And maybe some of them won't win again. And maybe some of them will continue the trend and get to backdrops throughout the year. But you got to remember, I mean, this is one of the very first shows that or the first show that many many of these cattle have hit as prospects, and so I would say the days ahead of them, even the cattle, that were reserve and on down the lineup, I mean, days ahead of them will only get better. And so, with that being said, it was a great prospect show. I'd ask you real quick, if you could, to put your hands together for the kids out here and what they've got accomplished, and then also those that ended up there maybe not getting out here in the final drive, but have some quality stock. And so, again, just my opinion, and I'm not saying that my opinion is always just the very best opinion. Everybody, like I said yesterday, we've all got two eyes, and we see things differently. We can obviously say that that's the thing that we have in common is the two eyes. And I said yesterday I got four of them, so I should have a little extra help. But it is one of those deals that we don't maybe just see everything the same, and I totally understand that, and that's what keeps the world going around. But I gave you my honest and fair opinion, and I'll do that here into our top end of this deal for sure, just like I have and just like I will in the prospect heifers. But it's been a blast, and I think your breed champions come back out here. I know that your breed champions and your division champions come back out, and boy, there's just a lot of quality out here for sure. And so I'll go out and get you your top three. Again, congratulations to your kids. It's been fun, and I look forward to the heifers.
Our supreme market prospect goes to the champion crossbred steer from Aubrey High. Reserve goes to the reserve crossbred steer from Adam Alf.
Third overall decision. It's just a little bit closer for me. These two cattle right here, obviously kind of wish I could maybe just put both of those together. I think, there are holes there that you want to pick on are, pretty obvious, but I do think that those are two real high quality cattle, and, it gets very close to me. Probably the closest decision, as we bring in this third overall crossbred steer, one of the very big-footed, real good skeleton cattle that's out here, and I told you kind of where I'd change him, just broaden his pin set and do the same thing as you get right there in behind his blade. A Shorthorn Plus steer is a good calf, and I think he's probably a good feed and fat steer. Kind of finally gives you a pretty nice look there. He's going to open up in his shoulder. He's going to come just a little wider in his shoulder, chest floor right there. We could tuck up in him. The calf has got probably just so much body at times it actually starts to pull him down just to shade it behind his blade. But boy, he's big-hipped and he's good-legged and a nice neck calf there. And so to me, he's definitely in contention. We got the young man's black steer here that, like I told you, just a sharp-dressed one. Probably, again, one of those real good ones as we work up into heavier weights. He just needs some time to just soften up, kind of mature in his body. He's probably a little taller right now, but that's a very, very good calf. And we kind of come down. Composite's good. Thought that was a good calf. Could open up just a shade in behind his blade right there in his chest. And I thought this market heifer was kind of unique, man. Just a long neck, big backed one, big hip. And then, yeah, still, again, as you just talk about some structure, she's got it. Not the biggest boned one ever, maybe not just the biggest footed one ever, but again, I think there's a lot of quality there. That's a pretty good female. And so, it gets real close, I guess, and you just kind of pick your poison and what you want to do in terms of just the uniqueness. I really like these two cattle, and I'll keep that together as we use third overall. So it's really close for me. Just kind of breaking them down, their chest, their shoulder, and the way that they're built in terms of their top line is what will sort the rest of them or sort in a third overall. But you're in a great prospect show. Could use 4 or 5 of these things pretty easily, just the way that you want to argue on them. I'll get you your third overall here in just a second.
Third overall goes to the Prospect feeder heifers shown by Vienna Cells. Congratulations again. Make sure you guys get your banners, all your product for our top 3 here. The champion and reserve, make sure you go over to the Biozyme booth and get your lick tubs. So the High family and the Alfs, make sure you go to the Biozyme booth, pick up your lick tub. Congratulations to all of our prospect winners in the market division. We will take 15 minutes here to take some pictures, and we will start our prospect breeding heifer show. Well, as we get everybody kind of gathered back around here at the show ring, we're very excited and honored to start our fall edition Prospect Breeding Heifer Show. Again, the Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic is very excited to add the fall edition to our schedule throughout the year. The traditional Winter Classic will be held February 12th through the 20th. At our Winter Classic, we hold a livestock judging contest that attracts youth from all across the nation, build into our bull show and sales, heifer show and sales, junior activities. So get your calendar marked for February 12th through the 20th for the traditional Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic. Again, we welcome back to the ring here. Our first show will get underway. We're waiting on Sheila Jensen to make her way back to the show ring. We're going to start with our Angus breeding heifers. And again, Miles Tenius is our official judge here this afternoon in our Prospect Breeding Heifer Show. Miles is coming to you from Old Ripley, Illinois. We'll start off our Prospect Breeding Heifer Show with our Angus division. We have one class of Angus Prospect Breeding Heifers.
Well, a good way as we start off our Angus division, we start off the prospect heifers. We've got a very nice heifer out front here to go ahead and start with. A good bodied, good structured, very nice looking heifer. Again, not one that's just going to blow you away in any one area, but just good cattle as you begin to study her and break her down. A pretty nice heifer there. 2 and 3, to me, they're two different kinds of cattle. This one's probably a shade smaller in terms of her frame. That heifer's probably got a little bit more size and extension to her. So I go back and forth, but I just thought that the heifer that I used in second was better bodied, just a bit softer in terms of her heart and her forerib and the midsection of her rib, all the way back into the rear part of her body and flank. A heifer that I'd like to just go ahead and probably set her neck a little higher up into her shoulder. She'll kind of tuck it down just a bit deeper. This one's good looking, man. She's long bodied and long necked and got that real high head carriage about her. A heifer that's got some bone to her. Pretty nice haired heifer for an Angus. A heifer, whenever you get into her there, just needs more internal dimension. Like to soften her up. I think that extra frame's probably taken away from her belly just a bit. But again, a nice cattle here in our Angus division. My compliments to those kids. It looks like there's no more Angus, so that was your Grand and Reserve as well.
Your first place Angus heifer went to Willow Hartwell, second place Eva Brown, and third place Brianna Brown. We're now ready for our Charlet division.
Super nice pair of Charlet heifers. Exceptional one right here to go ahead and win. And a heifer that's just going to bring together a load of quality from the side here. And then yet still, she's got enough as you step in behind them for me personally. And then her skeleton is just built absolutely awesome. I think just a deadly looking one. Incredible body, incredible features to her. Very nice one. And I think, and again, or I know, I would say that this heifer, not only a good prospected one, but that's a good big one too. Really a lot of power in the heifer that's in second. If you're talking just simple muscle, that heifer is going to carry a tremendous amount of it in her top and her hip. Really big bone, big-footed kind of a female. Obviously like to relax her joints as you get out here with her, and she comes just a bit rounder in her hip. But again, just a tremendous amount of power and a very high-quality female as well there in our Charlets. Good job.
First place in our Charlet class went to Sydney Allard. Second place, L.J. Wells. Now in the ring is our composite Charlet division.
Well, two high-quality heifers in our composite division. The smoke heifer that's out front, just a good-built, good-looking one there that's still real raw and green in terms of the way that she's presented to you today. But I'd say one that'll only kind of continue to get better. good-footed and good bone and good looking. Not only going to be a pretty nice show heifer, but I'd say one that he could take back and be a pretty darn good cow as well. The orange heifer there is one that is going to show you just a real good expression as you get in behind her with the skeleton is very good. She comes just a bit rounder from her hooks back to her pins. She'll duck in her pins and then kind of as a consequence come just a bit more general in the set of her hind leg. But from there forward, really a nice one as she gathers her up and gets her together. She's done a nice job. Two good cattle. Congrats to both.
Your composite Charlet division, first place went to Devin Benish, second place to Josie Johnson. We are now in our Kiania division of our Prospect Breeding Heifer Show.
I'll spend quite a bit of time here in the top pair of the cattle, and again, just a pair of them that I like a bunch, and I wish that I can kind of put them together. And I know what you're thinking on the black and white one. I see it too. She's a little over. She's plenty got plenty of condition on her. I'm not going to lie about that. I do think she's a little fat right now. But the heifer there, I mean, she's just hard to beat in this particular lineup. I mean, she's good neck, awesome in terms of her top line. To me, her neck sets up better up onto her shoulder than the baldy heifer does. She's a little more relaxed in terms of her pasture, and even though she sets down a tick hard there in her hock, her pasturing still sets back just a little deeper in terms of her heel, a little longer there in terms of her heel, and it just allows her to stay just a shade more comfortable as we get them positioned here from the profile. Just hard to beat her. I know that she's fat, maybe a shade moderate. I do like a lot of things about the baldy heifer. In fact, I'd like to have one like that on feed. I think her quality is just exemplified whenever she gets her to stop and stand here. She's really a nice necked heifer, really a heifer that blends together some proportion and balance there. Whenever you get off to the side of her, to me, her neck is right there in terms of where it'll set into her shoulder blade, and then once we get him kind of set there in motion, I wanted to call her maybe just even that much sounder than what I did my class winner, but her left hind most particularly, I'd like to just set her down a bit more coordinated and just a shade more comfortable, but I do think that's really a nice heifer, and that's a close pair for sure. The one that ends up in third is good looking there from the side, and long neck, just kind of needs some more body, needs some more flank, and I'd like to just open her up as you get there in front of her. She's kind of the narrower chested one of them, but definitely dialed in today. I mean, just her hair and the quality of her presence out here. Young lady does a great job of getting her stuck. Heifer that ends up here in fourth just kind of falls into a buzzsaw of a class, so she's good necked and good bodied. Her structure for me, she just kind of maybe starts to set a little wide up front, paddle off of her front end, and it's not nearly as stout as those top end, but a real good class of them for sure. And again, my compliments to each one of those kids on getting them presented to a T.
In your Kiania division, first place went to J.C. Wolfinger, second place Ansley McConnell, third place Keisha Albert, fourth place Tyler Thompson. Now entering the ring is our class of balancer prospect breeding heifers.
Well, nice cattle out here, and this young man's just out front again, just great bodied and awesome structured. I prefer her loin and her tail head and where that's all going to tie together relative to the high neck heifer here that ends up in second. Boy, this thing has got a freak look to her up front, beautiful head. Love where her neck sets up on her shoulder and got a big sweep to her body there. Once she's set in motion, as you take her from her loin back into her hip, she'll kind of start to deviate, and then her tail head pokes up pretty high in her. I didn't see her maybe just as comfortable off of her front end as what I did my class winner, but I thought that was a good top pair. Got a useful kind of cattle here that ends up in third. She's moderate and soft in her body. Obvious thing there is that you'd like to just pick her up and extend her up front, but still from there back, a very nice complete female. Good set of them out there. Good division. That was a good top pair for sure.
Again, we want to recognize if you're getting a card in the ring from the showmanship judge, you will come back for showmanship in your respective breed division, and that will be immediately following the breeding heifer show today.
Just a single entry here and a heifer, just like talked about there yesterday, and the young lady's heifer, she's one that's plenty stout. Again, maybe comes just a little piecey in her shoulder and her top line right now, and we're kind of got her buzzed down in the front of her tail head. Heifer and clean up just a shade in her joints, but going to stop and give you a pretty good look here. The young lady does a nice job of getting her together. Good job to her on a single entry.
Placings in our balancer heifer division was Cole Brooks, first place. Second place, Carson Brooks. Third place, Avery Aiden. In our horned Hereford division, first place was Maya Jones. We're now starting our polled Hereford prospect breeding heifer show.
Well, nice class of Herefords out here. Yeah, the heifer that I start with, just the combination of the power of the one that ends up in 3 with the look of quality from the side of the ones in 2 and 4. And then yet still she does it the most comfortable out here as you ask her to go. I really got her put together nice today, and I think just everything fits together in a very solid class winner. From there it's challenging just in where you're going to set your priorities. I know that the heifer that's in second isn't out there anywhere, but I think she's a good, useful kind of female. I like her depth of body. I love her structure out here. To me, she just kind of comes together a little smoother in her shoulder and the base of it, and where it's going to tie into her forerib, her chest, her neck, and the shape of her neck right there at the top and the crest of it relative to this heifer that ends up in third. Now, I think there's big pieces in the heifer that's in third. Boy, she's big boned and really, really big footed. I love that about her. For a guy that likes talking about that, she sure goes ahead and kind of magnifies those things as you look at her, particularly compared to the cattle on either side of her. For me, she comes just a little shorter, maybe just a bit more compact on either end of her skeleton. Heifer that I didn't just maybe see just quite blending as good up through her shoulder and front end, but darn sure a nice one there at the ground and big feet and real comfortable. Young lady, again, just a great stick there and got a long-bodied, long-necked heifer. Pattern's really nice, just comes a little too tight on her rear feet, a little straighter there in her shoulder. She's the narrower base cattle whenever you get right in behind them, but I'd say with time and feed and just some weight, that heifer probably gets pretty good, and she does a great job of getting her presented. Good job to him.
In our first class of polled Hereford heifers, first place went to Julia Studer, second place Azael Beach, third place Jacqueline Studer, fourth place Brinley Alber. We're now ready for our second class of polled Hereford prospect breeding heifers.
Really a good set of cattle out here, and to me a no-brainer to start with this young lady's heifer. Absolutely love her build, her body, and just the way that she's presented to us right now. Heifer that's got just a great length, and I think everything matches really, really well. She comes together just a little smoother right there at the top of her blade, where her neck and everything kind of sets together. Heifer that's great bodied and awesome structured. Just puts a lot of good things together, and another one of those that I just kind of read is a nice prospected one, but even more importantly, be a good big one for sure. The one that ends up in second, she's quite the same way. She's a big boned heifer, long extended heifer on both ends of her skeleton. Comes probably just a little harsher in terms of her mid body, a little harsher in terms of her rear body, and we got her pulled down decent there in terms of pulling some hair and just kind of making that look a bit softer. But once you get into her, you still want to probably just pull her down and soften her up right there and behind her navel, and from there all the way back. The one that ends up in third, is she the sharpest necked one? No, but her kind is still useful. She's moderate and good bodied and comfortable out here. Just needs a little sharper look to her front end to be competitive with those top two. We do have a little more extended heifer here that ends up in fourth. It just needs quite a bit more to her all over to be competitive with that upper end, but still quality female. Good job. Great class. Awesome class winner.
First place went to Jonah Studer. Second place, J.C. Schomburg. Third place, Jackson Sinsel. Fourth place, Rasman Bolick. We're now ready for our final class of polled Hereford heifers.
Like the closest decision here is between 2 and 3, and once we set them in motion, young lady's heifer there that's in front of me just probably uses her ankles a bit better, just kind of comes together better. No beating the one out front, though. Boy, that thing's good. I mean, good in lots of areas, neat neck, neat bodied, awesome in terms of just the way that she's patterned out here, and her build's good. Everything fits together, and that's one of the real good ones that we've had come through so far. Very, very nice one to go ahead and win this particular class. Like I said, between 2 and 3, just kind of splitting hairs there. There's things that I really like about the deep red heifer. There's things I really like about this heifer. I wish she was just a bit softer in terms of her body, and I like to wedge her tail head a little further down in her. But that heifer, just for me, structurally off of her front end, her knee, the bend of it, and then the same thing, the angle to her rear feet, just allows her to go ahead and beat this deep red heifer. Now, this one's good in terms of her body, and I think once she finally gets her to kind of stop and park, she'll kind of give you a pretty good look there. Still want to just bring her together better right into behind her shoulder blade. Once we set those 3 cattle in motion, she's the most uncomfortable in the way that she's going to hook up and go on both ends, but I still think she's really high quality, probably just not broke completely yet, and so that doesn't do her any justice, but darn sure good head of cattle as well. 3 very, very high quality ones. Congratulations to them.
First place went to Kira Bremer. Second place, Collins Porter. Third place, Keisha Alber. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion polled Hereford prospect breeding heifer.
Three high-quality pulled females come back out here, and to me, all 3 of them, I mean, you really get off here to the side and you start to talk about where they're at in their divisions, and you think about moving them on here, obviously into jackpot season, but as you move on even into the summer and you think about a junior national and into the fall, these are 3 cattle right here within their respected age divisions. All will give them a run for their money. Starts in this first class and ends up in this third class, and this heifer right here is just darn good and puts a lot of good things together, lots of areas, and hey, you can nitpick on her where you need to if you need to, but she's the best one for me for sure. Young lady right here has got your champ. Brings in a nice second-place heifer, and I talked about just her quality of look and presence there, and gets off and it goes pretty good on both ends of her skeleton, probably a little smaller, out here just in terms of her size and even in terms of her body there comparatively, but darn sure good. And I thought, to me it was just down to 2 of them from a structural build standpoint. One of them was just a little further out there in terms of bone and her look, but another one that's just useful in her kind, awesome in her skeleton. I love her feet and legs, and I think a bright future yet ahead of her as we move her into the late part of the winter, as we move her on into the summer and think about her as a big bred. This is good heifer right here, reserve champion in front of me. Congratulations to her.
Your champion polled Hereford female went to Kira Bremer, and reserve champion went to Jonah Studer. We're now ready to start our Limb Flex division in our prospect breeding heifer show.
Boy, sure, high quality set of limb flexes out here. This heifer that I start with, just kind of overwhelming again, just in terms of her sheer power. Most specifically, as I get down to the ground on her, she's big footed, she's big boned, and she's very, very comfortable as you ask those cattle to move. And then with all that power that she's got, she comes out of the back of her shoulder just a shade stronger than what does the heifer that's in two. For me personally, just the way that her tailhead comes presented to you, it comes just a little deeper into her hip there. And I think everything just ties together real good. She's probably flirting that line of where she's at from a standpoint of her condition right now for me if I'm going to nitpick on her. But darn sure a good head of livestock there. Same thing with the one that's in second. Very extreme in her look and takes her neck way up on top of her blade. Love the shape and the angle to her shoulder and her knee and her front foot. The way that she goes off the rear part of her skeleton as well. Thought that heifer came just a little bit higher in terms of her tailhead at times as we set them in motion. And then the same thing as you get right in behind her shoulder, I'd open her up just a shade. But I think that's getting nitpicky on one that's still raw and green yet. Very good in her body. I love her skeletal quality. Really neat top pair of them for sure. The one that ends up in third, quite the same way. You just talk about uniqueness there. She's a long neck, long spined heifer that's really strong in her top line. I just got to give her, just to me, a more comfortable skeleton on both ends of her framework. And whether she's broke or not, I still think she comes pretty straight in terms of the angle of her upper shoulder there. And then as you watch her go there behind, I just want to relax her and give her a bigger foot, but a nice made heifer as she stops and stands. Quality cattle all the way through. Really good top end of that for sure.
First place in our Limb Flex division went to Weston Robinson. Second place, Ben Spencer. Third place, Emma Anderson. We're now into our Maine Anjou division in our Prospect Breeding Heifer Show. There will be one class of the purebred Maine Anjou heifers.
Brockle-headed heifer that's out front is darn sure a nice high mane or purebred here heifer that brings together just a lot of quality in terms of softness of body. Pretty good structure too. Maybe a shade round in terms of her hip and the design of it there, but it'll come with that kind of muscle and that kind of power presented to a T. He's done a nice job with her for sure. Be a nice one there as he continues to show her. The one that ends up in second, again, just structurally and depth of body wise, she does that. Again, probably comes just a shade more peaked in terms of her tailhead, a little sharper in terms of the way that her blade and her shoulder sets up front. You'd probably just set that in her just a little easier. Then we close with one that, again, just kind of longer bodied, more tubular in terms of her build. Got to just let that heifer get out here and go easier on both ends.
First place in our Maine Anjou division went to Baron Strope. Second place went to Collins Porter. Third place went to Clara Johnson. We're now ready to start our maintainer division, first class prospect maintainer breeding heifers.
Structure will sort the young ladies out front to go ahead and be a class winner. Just a little better footed, a little easier in terms of her movement. And it looks like a very nice kind of breeding heifer as you continue on into a big one. The one that ends up in second, she's plenty round in terms of her hip design. But again, a heifer that's going to bring together a load of quality from her mid-body forward in terms of her neck shape, like her front end. And she'll stop and stand and give you a nice kind of a look. I thought her rib and the turn of it and the softness of it was better than this heifer that ends up in third. She probably looks more like your class winner as you stop and stand them, but one time as she goes right there away from you, you just want to open her up in the base of her skeleton and just correct the way that she goes off of her hock and rear foot, soften her just a bit more, but a nice heifer from the side.
We'll now have our final class of maintainer heifers. In our first class of maintainers, first went to Bianca Wood, second place Reese Horton, third place Jada Wood. Here is our last class of maintainer prospect breeding heifers.
Pair of heifers pretty different in their kind, but the heifer that I lead off with, she's the sound one and the good-looking one, yet still green in terms of maturity. I like the pattern that she comes in today. Looks like better days are still yet ahead of her. That's a nice female to go ahead and start off with. You got a really big-bodied, soft-made heifer here, and one that I think will be a pretty nice show prospect. Probably even better, kind of a replacement cow to go back. You got to appreciate her structure and appreciate her depth of body. Doesn't quite come with that look and elevation up front, and I'd like to just go ahead and set her spine down a little easier in her whenever she gets to moving, but a nice heifer as well. Two good cattle there. Congrats to both the young ladies.
First place went to Reese Locke. Second place, Morgan Clement. We'll now have our selection of the champion and reserve champion maintainer prospect breeding heifer.
Well, two high-quality females again, and I've said that multiple times. It sounds like a broken record, I'm sure, but I mean it. The girls have done a nice job, and so your champion and reserve are actually standing out here. We won't pull in a second. I think cattle, both of them are built very similar. One of them is probably just a little bit better in terms of her depth of body as you get back there into her flank and rear body, and just kind of pulls together a pretty sharp look profile. This young lady that's to my left out of the second class is going to be your champion maintainer. Young lady that rides reserve. Congratulations to them. Just going to leave them the way that they stand. This young lady that's out front is going to be your class winner, and really got a striking looking red Angus heifer, long-necked and big-bodied. She's not maybe just as comfortable out here right now. She's starting to at times fight the halter. I don't know that it does her just her shoulder and the angle of it up there maybe any justice at times, but boy, outside of that is that thing sharp-looking, awesome head, awesome neck, awesome rib cage, and once she finally kind of maybe wants to just slow down a gear or two, you can start to see just how good built that she is behind. The one that ends up here in second, just kind of a big, powerful heifer. She's going to come with a shade more shoulder and front end with that muscle and with that power. And I'd like to maybe just loosen her up a shade as she goes, but a heifer that just kind of exemplifies lots of quality, big, robust, and a big, high-volumed heifer. The one, the deep red one that ends up closing the class, she's moderate and she's stout. She just comes a little thicker and coarser at the top of her neck and the base of her shoulder. Structurally, as we set those three cattle in motion, to me, she's the one that just needs to loosen up the most on both ends. Good job. Nice class again.
First place in your Red Angus division went to Emma Anderson. Second place, Samantha Pearson. Third place, Lily Pearson. To back up and announce our champion maintainer female went to Reese Locke, and reserve maintainer female went to Bianca Wood. Now entering the ring is our Shorthorn breeding heifer prospect, first class of our Shorthorn division.
Well, just the one entry here in this particular class, a heifer that kind of comes back to us, probably a little fuller than even she was yesterday. She's big bone, big footed, got a real nice look to her here as you get off to the side of her. Pretty high quality heifer. Obviously needs some time yet, but certainly a nice one. She's got her presented right too. Good job to her. Two red and white heifers, pretty nice there. The one that starts, just kind of a good quality female, good bodied and real good structured, real high-headed and good necked. Puts a lot of nice things together. She's not maybe the widest one you'll ever see as you get in behind her, but darn sure has enough out here, and a quality female. Young ladies have done a good job. She's done a good job of getting her heifer back together. She's pushing on her a little bit there earlier, but those two come back and they work pretty good together. She's a nice bodied heifer. She's got a little extra set back there to her hind leg, and like I said there before, maybe not quite the most attractive there about the set of it, but it's one that's still very functional. It allows her to get out here and reach good. She's comfortable on both ends. And so heifer, again, that you just maybe stouten up a bit in her bone work and her foot comparatively, but a high-quality female. Good job to him. Well, nice pair of heifers out here, and to me, there's differences between the cattle that you can break down, but two really, really high-quality ones. And the young ladies that's out front comes to me today relative to where she maybe was, just a little fuller, a little better in terms of her body, and you got to really appreciate just her look and her appearance out here, big bones and big feet. You got a really comfortable, nice built one here that the young lady has in the white-legged heifer, and just for me, pretty hard to beat her in the Shorthorns today. This is going to be your champion, young lady that was in Class 1 will be your reserve. Congratulations to both of them.
Your champion Shorthorn heifer goes to Jada Wood, Reserve, Anlin Beach. We'll now start our Shorthorn Plus division.
The top hair is pretty close here, and the black and white heifer just suits me better in terms of her look and elegance here as you get off to the side of her. She's a little straight in her hock, and that's where I like the red roan heifer. I think probably has just a little extra setback there to it and allows her to get out there and move pretty good. Heifer that comes a bit more opened up at the top of her shoulder. Just want to soften her up and just drop her down there in terms of her body. Gets just a tick round in her hip. The blue roan that ends up there in third is really good necked, and she's extended out front. Just kind of comes in too many pieces, and then structurally, I'd like to fix her the most on both ends in this class. Good job.
First place in our Shorthorn Plus was Bianca Wood. Second place, Radley Eisenhower. Third place, Jada Wood. We are now starting our Simmental division. First class, Simmental heifers.
Three really high quality ones, and darn sure a good baldy as we lead off here. Just big bodied, big boned, and yet still she'll get out there and track pretty comfortable there as she goes behind a heifer. Just hard to pick a big hole into, you know. And just one that to me puts a lot of good things together and got her dressed to a T there. Just kind of looks like a good show female as she comes back out. The one that ends up in second, she's really long necked and nice headed. I like her length of body there. She needs to just loosen up a bit off of her rear feet as she goes. Want to just drop her down just a shade there in her body, but a nice heifer. The one that comes more moderate, it's a young man's right here, a heifer that's big bodied and really thick as you get in behind her. She's just a little more open and coarse in her shoulder. I didn't see her just as good off of her front end as those top two, but darn sure a nice heifer as well.
In our first class of Simmental heifers, first went to Cade Hogan, second, J.C. Schomburg, third, Jeremiah Lubin. Now we'll have our final class in our purebred Simmental division.
White-bellied, white-footed heifer there is going to lead off, and a good neck, good-looking one from the side. Carries a lot of bulk as you get right there in the mid of a rib. Got to appreciate her out there in terms of her movement in this particular lineup. Pretty neat one there for him to go ahead and lead off with. The one that ends up in second, the Bronco head, you got to really like her too in terms of her skeletal quality as you watch her go there behind her hock and the set of her hind leg and her rear foot. Probably comes just a little plainer in terms of her front end, not quite as opened up and just bold in her rib cage, but darn sure a nice one as well as we continue to push her on. So good job to them. A nice way to end up there on your purebred division. Darn good pair of them out here, and my Granite Reserve are sitting right here in front of me. Darn sure, like I said, a nice pair of them. There's quality amongst the pair of those cattle, and there's differences in their kinds, but two cattle that are very useful yet still in their kind. I think not only good show prospects, but good females and a real elite one to go ahead and win, and it'll sit right there in the mix of them of what we've had so far, and where we get her next to some of those, and then you can maybe nitpick on her here or there, but darn sure good cattle. Young man's going to have your champion out front. Young man there behind is going to be reserved. Congratulations to both of them.
Champion Simmental heifer goes to Cade Hogan. Reserve goes to Jeremiah Lubin. We're now going to start our Foundation Simmental show.
Well, two heifers, for me, kind of structurally, you could build them both just a bit different. Once they park and relax, the young man's that's out front just going to kind of bring her top line together a bit better, most particularly behind her shoulder and where her tail head's going to set in her and give you a nice look here from the side. Still want to loosen up the way that she kind of goes off of her hock and rear foot, but I do the same thing here to this other one in that the young lady's got really a sharp-necked heifer, really, really deep-bodied. She's almost got so much sog and so much belly there, kind of pulls her down in behind her shoulder, and her top line comes in more pieces, and then as you get in behind her, she's got maybe just a little coarseness to her joints, but she's got some big pieces about her. I still think pretty unique female. Again, just a little too piecey for me to use right now, but darn sure nice one for her. Good job to the pair of those kids.
First place went to L.J. Wells. Second place, Paisley Detweiler. Now we'll have our last class of Foundation Simmental Prospect Breeding Heifers.
Well, a good class of percentages and just a darn good one right there to go ahead and start with. Incredible skeleton, and she's built right at the ground. Big feet, real stout, and just the way that I like them at the surface. And then you get right up above her foundation. She carries just a tremendous amount of depth of body. Rib shape is awesome. Her chest floor, her mid-rib, her flank, everything sets together with very proportioned look underneath her. And then the same thing as you let those cattle get out here and ask them to move. Her spine lays in her good, her shoulder stays together, link the hip, her tail head, and everything sets together right. Real high quality female to win this particular class. Take nothing away from the heifer that's in second. Again, I think give you a pretty nice look as you get off to the side of her. She's long necked and it sits way up on top of her shoulder, real deep in terms of her body. I didn't see her as good in her tail head. Didn't see that heifer just as good off of her front end as what I did the heifer that I start with, but darn sure nice as well. The one that ends up in third just kind of falls into a tough class, and where obviously she's going to get outsized and then out horsepower. She's just going to need more to her everywhere to be competitive with that upper end, but certainly a nice one as well.
First place went to Zelina Fisher. Second place, J.C. Schomburg. Third place, Bailey Stetlick. We'll now select our champion and reserve champion Foundation Simmental female.
Well, hey, a good pair of cattle out here, and going to end up with a good one right here to go ahead and be your champion. And just kind of hard to maybe pick a big hole into her and say just good livestock right there. And going to set in the mix these prospect this final division as we get into a final drive. Boy, these things are going to get salty in a hurry. But darn sure, a good quality pair of cattle, no doubt an easy champion in your foundations. This young lady right here out in front of me has got your champ. Congrats to her. Brings in a heifer that was second in that class, and again, just kind of talked about her quality and where her neck's going to set. Link the top line. To me, she's a little better in her spine, just a little better from her hooks back to pins. A heifer that's going to carry just a little more forward kind of chest as you get there to the profile of her. Tailhead sets in her bit weird, and I just like to make her bigger footed and bigger ankled. But whenever she stops and stands there, gives you a great big look, and hard not to probably keep her there in the top pair. Reserve champion right here in front of me. Congratulations to her.
Your champion foundation Simmental female was Zelina Fisher. Reserve was J.C. Schomburg. We now have one class of Scottish Highland prospect junior heifers.
Just the single entry in the Highlander deal, but I would have to think, I'd have to anticipate that heifer right there could handle her own if there was a bunch of them in this particular class. A good-footed, big-boned, and a nice-looking one there. Quality within her respective division as well. Good job to this young lady. Let's give her a nice round of applause if you could. our commercials here, and the young man that's out front is going to be our class winner. Big bone, big footed, nice neck. Heifer, obviously comes probably a little more terminal in the way that her muscle lays on her, but still relative to it. She doesn't get out here and maybe just take a bad step. I don't know if she really wants to take many steps at all. I'd say she's plenty tired. She's been up, I'd say, quite a while, but that's a nice heifer. The one that ends up in second, she's the closest one to beating her, I thought, just in terms of her neck and her pattern here. Gets a little awkward and just a little uncoordinated in the way that she uses her hock and rear feet. The red one there is good in terms of just the amount of power that she's got. I mean, you step in behind them for the small one, she's still wide, just needs to handle it better on both ends. Good job.
First place, our champion commercial breeding heifer goes to Tanner Anticio. Reserve commercial breeding heifer goes to Collins Porter. Third place, Jonah Chapman. To back up, and our champion Scottish Highlander was Brianna Brown. We'll now prepare to select our overall Supreme Prospect Junior female. We'll be getting all of our champions from all of our divisions and reserves as we prepare to select the Supreme Junior Prospect Breeding Female at the Classic Fall Edition. The Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic sure wants to thank everyone for coming out and being a part of our first annual fall edition. We started our fall edition this year so that we could bring more opportunities to juniors that we don't have time to do at our traditional show in February. We started on Thursday, and we actually had some agronomy classes, ag mechanics contest. We had employment skills contests. We had a beef pitch contest. And all of those contests were derived and we wanted to bridge the gap between the businesses and the youth that want to have careers and be the next generation of leaders. So we're very excited to build that platform as we move forward and provide more opportunities to all of our juniors that are wanting to be involved in agriculture. Then we geared into our junior events. We had a fun time on Friday with our fitting contest and a fitting demo, and then into our two-day junior show. We'll look forward to building on how we can improve this event and continue to provide more opportunities to our juniors. Very excited again for that 31st annual Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic traditional event that'll be in February. We'll start on February 12th with our livestock judging contest that will attract collegiate youth from all across the nation, as well as 4-H and FFA youth here on that Saturday, February 12th. Then the week will roll into bull sales, heifer sales, prospect steer and heifer sales, and our junior show events. So please mark your calendar for February 12th through the 20th. And if you're looking for any details on our events, make sure and look at our website, cattlemans.org. Well, as our judge has his final class here in front of him, I'm going to ask your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together and give him a huge thank you for being here the last couple days to work with your youth. Again, it's been our honor and pleasure to have Miles joining us from Illinois, and look forward to working with him in the future, and definitely a gentleman that is very passionate about the next generation. So, Miles, it's been our honor to have you here at the Cattlemen's Classic. We'll be selecting a Supreme, a Reserve, and a third overall breeding animal. And again, want to remind you, youth, when you get your awards, your banners and things, make sure on our Supreme and Reserve, make sure you go over to the Biozyme booth. He's got a lick tub for you today, too. I know Kevin's sitting over there. We appreciate Biozyme Sure Champ sponsorship. They are definitely dedicated to the next generation in the beef industry.
I just asked her if I could just pick 5 or 6 of them. It'd make it a little easier for me. We've got the top 3 or got top 3 for sure. And man, I just honestly, I think you could build a case for 7 or 8 of these cattle out here. And if you don't think you can't, then you're just not maybe looking at the rest of them. You're only looking at your own. But man, I mean, just unbelievably good set. And I'm so proud to be here. Proud of Nebraska Cattlemen's in the Classic, and just extra special deal for me to be out here and to be a part of what is a great event. I mean, these folks have absolutely put on just one impeccable show, and I know that they do it several times. And guys, it takes a long time. I mean, I've said it before. I mean, we try to put on a couple shows in the state of Illinois, and I mean, it's one of those very thankless jobs that usually people just come to you and they tell you what you did wrong or what you could do better, or the things that you need to change. And I'll tell you, to be real upfront and honest with you, if there's things that you want to change about this show, then I'd say that you just kind of keep your cattle at home next time, and we'll take the rest of everybody else that's happy about it. And so I would have to think that they would agree with us as well, or agree with me. But one time, if you could, everybody that's around this ring, let's give these folks that put this show on a great big round of applause, show our appreciation for them. These things don't have to happen. And let's remember one thing, and I'm in this business too, trying to sell cattle, trying to sell pigs and be competitive. If we don't have shows, if we don't have elite events like this, it's no fun. We don't have an opportunity to sell, and many of us don't have a big-time livelihood like we do right now. And so, cattle today, it's amazing, and I know that you would agree with me, in multiple species of livestock, very expensive, very, very time-consuming, very hard to do. But let's not forget exactly why we're showing cattle. I told you yesterday, it's very much about the kids, and it has to be about the kids. I'm one of those too. Boy, I'm down in the nitty-gritty, and I want to win everything just like you all do. I mean, I do not like getting beat, and I want to know why if I'm going to. And it's one of those things that at times, you just got to maybe take it back in and realize exactly why we're doing it. The parents, the fitters, the feeders, the people that are raising the cattle and selling them, I know you're proud of your projects. I get that, and I'm darn sure proud of them too. It's just one guy's opinion, and sometimes maybe people take it a little personal whenever you utilize maybe something that they don't like or whatever. I told you, we've all got 2 eyes, but we see things differently. We all do. Okay, there's maybe some of these breeds where you say, boy, that's the one I like too. And we can agree on that, but we still see them different. The way that they maybe come together, their structure, or whatever it may be. But we got to just kind of come back together and remember exactly kind of why we're out here, why we're doing it, and enjoy this, and realize that these folks do not have to do this. But if they don't, then many of us don't have a livelihood in this business. So again, I'm appreciative of them. I'm appreciative of what they've done. To your kids, I would tell you, just even the ones that are out here, you're lucky. This was a really good show. And the quality was absolutely, it surpassed what I just possibly could have believed that it was. And I'm not telling you that all these cattle are going to go on and win again, but I darn sure think there's a handful, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these things that have a chance. And all year long, and I think as big bred cattle as well, it's one of those deals. I mean, like I said, it's expensive and it takes a long time. I totally understand that. But remember exactly why you're doing it. And the kids, I hope that you've had fun. I hope you've enjoyed it. To the families out there, I told you yesterday, make sure you love on your kids as much as you can, man. You never know, whenever things could happen, anything. I mean, it's just one of those deals that you got to kind of take it in and enjoy it whenever you can. And so, again, like I've always said, and like I will, you've got an honest opinion in the last 2 days. I can't tell you for every show judge and every time that I've been up to a ring and pulled a calf up there or showed a barrel to a judge that I felt like maybe I got the fairest shake ever. And I'll tell you, that's what's made me a better judge in the long haul. Now, I'm not saying that everybody agrees with me, but I'm telling you that whenever those kind of things happen in my life as I grew up, it's made me somebody that said whenever I get the microphone, then it's going to be anybody that has a good animal will get the opportunity to win. I don't care who's got it. I don't care who's pushing on it. I don't care what it cost or what it brought or what it may do later on. It's just this guy's opinion, and you're getting an honest one the last 48 hours for sure. So I'm appreciative, very, very appreciative, and Nebraska does it just as good as anybody, and I tell you what, I mean, this lineup's darn good. And so you pick them the way that you like them, and you can cuss and discuss on the outside of the ring, and you can do whatever you need to do, and you can call me not good enough to be here as a judge and not liable enough to be here. That's totally fine with me. I've been called many a things. I promise you that I've heard it all. So as a show judge, that'll happen. I'll go out and get your top three. Let's give these kids a great big round of applause and show our appreciation for them. Thank you, Nebraska Cattlemen and the whole crew for letting me come out here. The Classic has been absolutely awesome.
Your Supreme Junior Breeding Prospect at the first fall edition of the Classic goes to Curia Bremer. We'll now select our reserve overall Supreme Junior Prospect. Congratulations to Kira Bremer, with her champion polled Hereford heifer being the supreme female overall. Your reserve goes to the Champion Foundation Scimitar, Zelina Fisher. Third overall goes to Weston Robinson with the Limb Flex. Again, congratulations, and make sure you guys go to the picture backdrop, get your picture taken. Make sure Kira and Zelina go to the Biozyme booth, pick up your lick tub. And again, congratulations to all of our breeding heifer exhibitors. We'll take 10 minutes here, and Ms. Sheila Jensen will start our showmanship. We'll start with our senior division. Well, we're starting to gather our senior showmanship participants up here. Again, we want to thank everyone for being a part of the Classic Fall Edition here this weekend. We will be dividing our senior division in showmanship into 2 classes, so we'll have 2 heats in our senior showmanship division. Well, welcome back to the show ring here, and we're very honored to recognize again our official showmanship judge that's been here the last 2 days, Sheila Jensen, coming to you from Cortland, Kansas. We're going to start with our senior division. Senior division, I believe we have 2 classes. We will be selecting our top 10 in each division. 2 classes in our senior division. This is our one and only class in our senior division, so we are working our senior division here at this time. Again, this is our one and only class of our senior division for showmanship.
I think we need to put our hands together and give these seniors a round of applause for coming back out. It's a long day, long weekend. They want to get home, especially when it's 70 degrees outside. I'm really ready to go outside. We have some very elite showmen in this division like we had yesterday, and I think you could put them in any competition and you'd see these kids come to the top. These are my top four over here, and these four over here have done an excellent job. Their animals just didn't cooperate as well today, but they've done a very good job setting them up and working the ring. I really appreciate the sportsmanship and how these kids just really know how to work around the ring. And this is our future right here, so we really appreciate it. Here's your grand champion reserve right down the line.
Congratulations to all of our senior showmen. Your champion senior showman goes to Ben Spencer. Second went to Julia Studer. Third went to Anna Carnop. Fourth, Devin Benish. Fifth, Sydney Allard. Sixth, Raisin Bullock. Seventh, Bianca Wood. Eighth, Samantha Pearson. Again, we're going to take a picture with all of you here with your banners, so we'll have you stack here in the show ring. Today, you get to take your pictures, your banners home with you, as well as we have awards for all of our showmanship winners. So again, if you won a banner yesterday in showmanship, those will be mailed to you. And again, our apologies on that. We only ordered one set, but today you get to take them home with you. Top 5, you get a jacket too. So make sure you come back up to the table to pick up your prizes if you did not win a jacket already. Well, again, congratulations to all of our senior showmen. Make sure you stop up here and visit Alicia and Sarah and pick up your prizes. We will roll into our intermediate division of showmanship.
there's just 9 in here now.
Yep.
This is the one piece of product you will have left.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
And is that from Sullivan's?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
It was from their product demo, so I was
Yeah,
just giving
that's
stuff
great.
away.
Yeah, good girl. You think like I think. Yes.
You'll probably get harder on Sunday when you said the early show this week. That balance. So I'll be here and then Sunday she'll just come and put on stuff down there.
Yeah, can you adjust?
103, Lauren Johnson. Let's see. 102, Clara
Kate's not
Johnson.
in there.
102, Clara Johnson is a junior.
Okay.
Um,
So Clara.
oh, okay. So never mind. I think Clara's out there. So, okay. She should be in there.
Okay.
102. Yes.
So then what one do we move down?
91, Johanna Suter.
So
91. Yep.
This girl right out in front of us with the hurt shirt, she told me that she didn't get her card. That's okay.
Renee, we gave her a card
Oh. Okay. Gotcha.
because she was talking to somebody during that
I
class.
remember that. Yep.
So
So
we
just
gave
I'll tell her that because otherwise she said that she's gonna put her last.
tell her she did get a card.
How many? Who else are we missing? Because there's only 9 in there.
Okay, so
Can I get a jacket from you?
Yes.
okay. Hopefully you read my scribbles. 102 is in there.
One class again.
102, yeah, one class intermediates. 102 is in there. Just, yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Juniors, we have some addition.
Did we get this?
Well, we have one class of intermediate showmanship, one class in our intermediate showmanship division.
This one's okay. This Clara, she's actually in there. It was this one. Kathy got it mixed up with which one's which. Okay.
No worries.
Okay.
As long as you place them for me again, that's all I need.
Yeah. I mean, she's setting it up differently. This
Really showmanship in those brand new beginnings. It's interesting. You know, most of the time they don't want to talk, they don't know anything yet.
Yeah. Unless you get lucky.
Yep. Like that Hereford over there that's wanting to throw his front legs.
Yeah. This is the higher girl. I mean, she does fine. the girl that Sheila asked, like, said that she didn't give a card to her.
This last girl. Yeah. Oh, she knew right away she didn't give her a card. Interesting. Did you tell her it was a class she didn't watch?
I don't know what Rudy told her because Rudy came over and asked, and we told her that we gave her a card because Sheila wasn't watching that class.
A decent immediate. I think this about the Highlander then too, don't you? Anybody want to water?
Unless she brings in an Angus. I'm good, thank you. Unless she brings in her Angus instead. She probably won't.
But I'm surprised she noticed this one.
Okay, she changed the place. She's changing the placings. Well,
I
okay.
just want to make sure. So you have my Lauren Johnson ad in junior.
Yep.
Wayne Stefton.
Yep.
The change to Cole Brooks.
Yep.
And Brianna Brown.
Why the change to Cole? He's a peewee. Cole's a peewee.
Oh, there you go. Okay, cross that one off then.
Carson got a card.
Yeah, so just cross off that one.
Is
Once again, we have a nice set of intermediate showmen out here. They've all done a very good job setting them up. Let's give them a good round of applause. The day's getting long, and some of them have been out here a long time. The calves are getting tired. As you can see, I kind of like spacing and the profile, and being able to set them up as quickly as they can with when they stop, so you get that good look when you're busy in a show. You just got to get that first look, the first impression. A lot of the times when I'm judging showmanship, I usually tell people, we were judging, I think it was a main key in Kansas City one time, and a girl walked in the ring, and I walked over to my husband, and I said, "There's our champion showman." And he said, "Well, we haven't even seen them all." And I said, "But I can tell her just that ring presence, your posture. Posture is a big part of it, knowing how to walk with the animal, hold your halter. But it's just kind of the ring savvy that you just learn from practice. So appreciate this group of kids, and give them another round of applause. Oh, your champion and reserve. Top 5 is along the line with this young lady right here being your champion. Reserve showman, this young man did an excellent job.
Your champion intermediate showman is J.C. Wolfinger. Reserve is Nicholas Gretke. Third place goes to Bailey Setlick. Fourth place goes to Weston Stemmick. Fifth place, Ansley McConnell. Sixth place, sixth place was Clara Johnson. Seventh place was Jada Wood. Eighth place was Sarah Allard. And ninth place was Maya Jones. Again, congratulations to all of our intermediate showmen. Well, the only thing I got to say is I'm glad I'm not judging this division and you got one more class of them to come at you.
Well, Renette was right. This is really tough. These kids are very even on. There's a few different skill levels, and a little bit of it's age and first time in the ring. Some of the heifers are getting really tired. I'd have to go back and think of how they acted in class and they're showing throughout the day because that comes into play because that's where we pick them out. So. I'm going to keep these 5 over here and regrettably have these three young showmen come back another day. They're doing an excellent job, every one of them. Your parents, you ought to be proud. They're doing an excellent job. And that one girl gave me such a look. I was like, oh man, I don't know how I can even judge you. She was serious. She was ready for it. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together just a little harder for all these juniors. They did a great job, guys. coming back out of this class is Jackson Wright, Baker Bremer, Brenley Alber,
Yeah, those ones are out. Friendly was up here.
Those are 5 here.
Vienna Sells. So we had Vienna Sells, Brenley Alber, Baker Bremer, Jackson Wright, and Jonah Studer.
second heat of juniors. Just a little more experience in some things in this class. Looking forward to them all coming back and challenging the other class. It's a good set of kids out in this division, so let's give them all a round of applause. Some of the animals are starting to act up a little bit and getting pretty tired, so we need to keep moving through it. Be keeping these 5 to come right back in.
Coming back out of this division is Keisha Albers, Karshan Brooks, Kira Bremer, Weston Robinson, Brianna Brown. We'll now have our final drive in our junior showmanship. Well, I don't think it's a doubt that showmanship, if these individuals keep going until they're seniors, of how competitive it's going to be for many years on down the road. And as she's analyzing this division, let's put our hands together and congratulations to each and every one of these guys.
Well, this junior finals has really got a lot of heat in them. They're all really good showmen. The top 4 and 5 in this, they just love cattle. They like showing, and they just love cattle. And what more can you ask for them when you do all that work and you spend all that time with them? This young man here told me, I said, "You're so serious," and he goes, "Yeah, I work with my cows all the time. I love them." You know, and that's just makes your heart happy when you know how much these kids like agriculture. So I'm going to leave them as stand, but I'm going to shake the hand of the champion showman. This young lady does an excellent job. Congratulations. And this young man, you give her all she had. Thank you. Very good. Let's give them all these kids, big round of applause, coming back out, working hard. They work hard all the time on their animals.
We'll do our group shot here in the show ring. Your champion junior showman is Kira Bremer. Reserve was Weston Robinson. Third was Jackson Wright. Fourth was Vienna Sells. Fifth was Keisha Albers. Sixth, Jonah Studer. Seventh, Carson Brooks. Eighth, Baker Beamer. Ninth, Brenley Alber. And 10th, Brianna Brown. Again, congratulations to all of our junior exhibitors. Make sure and get your banners. Top 5, make sure and come back and get your awards here, jackets and prizes at the table.
Well, who's left in the crowd here, it's getting kind of slim, but we have 2 young men that stayed out and participated in Pee Wee showmanship, so they deserve a big round of applause, just like the rest of them. They're young man in the green's going to be my champion Pee Wee showman. He's just got a little more experience, a little more knowledge of working around the ring, paying attention. You know, it's just attention span at this age is a big thing. The young man said it was his second time showing. He likes to walk them around. They've got a lot of years ahead of him to show here at the Nebraska Cattlemen's. So appreciate it. And I'd like to thank Ronette for asking me. I've enjoyed it, and I enjoyed the group that has all worked out in the ring. They've been all really good to be around, fun to be around, lots of good weekend. And I'm just glad that she had a great weekend and turnout. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. It's always an honor to have you come up and enjoy working with you. Again, thank you to everybody that was a part of the Fall Classic Edition. Look forward to seeing everybody in February.